Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Who Did You Boycott today? Thank you, folks, for popping in. I had not planned on doing a broadcast today. I've been trying to stay focused on my other work and get caught up on a few things. But as I sit back and reflect on day-to-day life and what plans that I can try to make to minimize the negative impact of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, the Republicans, the megas, the white nationals, the black rocks, the Rockefellers, the oligarchy, the corporations, the banks. It's a whole long list of human beings who are making decisions to impact my life day to day. They are impacting my life day to day, and they are impacting my child, who's an adult, but I still see her as a child, and it's impacting my community. And I'm asking the question as I listen to Dion D. Jenkins and persons like him, and I voted for Dion D. Jenkins, and I shared his name with my best friend, and I shared his post of him running for office on my platforms. So I'm not on this broadcast to bash Dion D. Jenkins. The same thing applied to when I did the broadcast about Sandy B and Nikki Barnes. What is going on here? I need to ask the question directly, what is going on? Because it's been 4 months since the election. 4 months. And folks have not done anything different than get on social media and talk and complain and cry. I'm not seeing anyone open any rooms and talk about organizing, 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 and knowing their number count. It's quite simple. Number count. Can we practice saying that word over and over until it resonates on your brain? You have to know your number count. You have to know your number count. This is a numbers game. This is about money. It's a numbers game. It's about money. Who have the numbers, who is organized and know their numbers are going to make the decisions that impact the collective. What's hard to comprehend about that? With all these intelligent and common sense persons, how can that be? How can you be dropping the ball on that simple fact? You take more energy to run around and cry about losing an election. It takes more energy to run around and feed the community false hope and empty promises. A bag of false hope and empty promises. Because the Negro and brown and dark brown community, they are not going to get much change and progress if they don't know their numbers. If they don't dedicate every waking moment to knowing their numbers and encouraging folks to re-engage who have mentally checked out, who don't give a darn. They won't have a chance for any kind of change if they not dedicating themselves to knowing their number count. So what are they doing? What are we doing, folks? Because this should not be hard to figure out. This should be a no-brainer with all the intelligent and common sense persons that dedicate, they have a passion for this politics. Then why are they dropping the ball? Why are they purposely dropping the ball? Well, my common sense tells me the persons who are talking the loudest right now is talking because they want to either run for office or they want an inside connection with those that may get elected. They either plan to run for office, and I think some of those persons who run for office is nothing but a money grab. Ain't nothing but a money grab, and some of them fall in that boat. They don't want to talk about that part. They want to keep that a secret. They just want to keep that a hidden secret that many of them run for office and all the money they raise, if they don't use it for their campaign, it goes into their bank account. It goes straight into their bank account. What happens to that money that don't get used for the campaign? Do it get sent back to the donators? Do the money get sent back to the donators? I don't think they do that. Then we got folks who have this passion to want to run for election, for office at the local, state, and federal level. That's a great passion. If that's what's inside of you, if you have that inside of you and you have that desire and that passion to want to run for political office, then no one should get in your way. No one should get in your way. But it still comes back to the hard knocks. If you don't know your number count, and only the folks who care about politics are paying attention, only those folks are paying attention, then more times than not, you are going to be on the losing end. Like all of us right now who are bearing witness to the horror that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans and they little camp and the oligarchy are doing to drastically impact our day-to-day life. And folks just quite comfortable on these social media platforms for 4 months. And what have you done in the past 4 months to gather your number count? Can anyone send me that information? Can someone send me that information, please? What have you done to gather your number count? Because 4 months don't pass. The politicians will be back in front of you in about 12 months, about 14 months, and you have already wasted 4 months. You have already wasted 4 months. And they'll be back out there on the trail to run for midterm election in about, I guess, about 14 months or sooner. And what have you done? What have you done in the 4 months that have passed but get on Twitter and cry all day and complain and point the finger at each other? I would like to be able to sit back as an elder and be able to evaluate that folks are trying to get on the same page with each other. They are making a conscious effort to gather their number count. If you don't get along with each other, then form your own groups. Even if you have to form a group with 2 persons in it, 5 persons in it, 10 persons in it, get busy doing it. Because ain't nothing going to change if you don't know your numbers. Ain't nothing going to change but the day of the week and the year. That's the only thing going to change. And things are more than likely going to get worse. They're going to get worse. They're going to continue to get worse. And you know who is paying the price of that the most? Are the grandkids and the young children and the young generation. They paying the price. Every day that you get up and waste, they pay the price. Every single day that an adult get up and waste another day, they are paying the price. They are paying the price, and you seem to be quite comfortable in your recliner with your phone, holding your phone in your hand day after day. And I don't hear anyone talking about gathering their number count. I don't see anyone opening a Twitter space to talk about gathering their number count. Why is that? I don't see it on YouTube. I don't see it on Facebook. I don't see it on Instagram. But I must say, when I do log into my Facebook, I do see quite a few groups over there for Libertarian, Green Party. They got a Green Party for North Carolina. And I'm just really, really confused as to why folks are wasting time. And you can see by my title, the Negro and brown and dark brown skinned persons don't have a population of less than 6% in 25 states out of 50. That's less than 6%. We make up less than 6% of the population in 25 states out of 50. So we are already behind the 8 ball before we wake up in the morning, before we go to sleep in the morning. So why do we feel we have the luxury to waste time like this? Why? Somebody needs to explain to me why they think they have the luxury to waste time this way, and why they feel they have the right to run around here and feed folks false hope and empty promises. False hope and empty promises. Instead of giving them the hard, cold facts, they need the hard, cold facts. Folks need the hard, cold facts, and maybe they may decide to re engage. They just may decide to re engage and get back involved and start paying more attention if they get the hard, cold facts that they are already behind by 25 states. I think folks may be more motivated to get back involved. I just think they may just want to be motivated to get back involved with this madness, this corruption of a government, because it's corrupt. It's corrupt. Layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of corruption. But you cannot stop fighting. We still have to live day to day. We still have to live up under this government. We still have to be able to function within this government until my preference, my personal preference would be separation, complete separation. But seeing as how folks not wanting to hear that, so then the next step should be, how do you figure out how to position yourself in the best way possible, knowing that you are at a disadvantage? You know that you are at a disadvantage. Your population maybe make up about 15% of the total population of over 300 million human beings. Over 300 million human beings, you maybe make up 15% of that population. I guess folks know how to do the math. So you're already at a disadvantage in different ways. Why you need to add to that disadvantage by wasting one single day? Why have you wasted 4 months when you are already at a disadvantage before you wake up in the morning and before you go to sleep at night? You are already at a disadvantage. But you seem to think that you have the luxury to get on Twitter and open spaces day after day. All that energy that's spent to open Twitter spaces every single day is it's just beyond my comprehension. It takes a lot of energy and time off of your life to open a Twitter room every single day. And how is that helping your community? How is that going to help the young generation 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? How can you point to how that's going to help them? Can someone send me that information? Can someone please send me that information? See, that's why Who Did You Boycott can't go into these rooms, because I don't function that way. I took part in these rooms for a very long time, and I thought I wanted to evaluate it fairly, that these conversations were necessary. They were important. They were so important they could not be valued, and that they were necessary. But when you gather together to talk, it has to be some type of product to be productive. It just can't be to shoot the breeze and giggle and curse each other out and point the finger at each other and call each other names and show favoritism and try to be popular. It can't be about those things. It's got to be about more than that. That's why I just cannot continue to take part in them any longer, because I'm more serious than that. And that's a bad flaw of my character. I'm just too serious. And I know that. And I make other folks uncomfortable for me to come around and try to take part in these uh mundane, whatever that word is, conversations. Because when Who Did You Boycott come off the microphone, she's gonna want to be serious, and that's gonna make folks upset. They're gonna either be upset or they're gonna feel uncomfortable because I have come to understand that about myself. I learned that about myself in high school. This is nothing new. It's not a surprise to me. I have always been told that I'm too serious. I'm way too serious most of the time. And I can be honest with myself, that can make some persons uncomfortable for me to be for my presence. And then it can make other folks upset. So Who Did You Boycott know how to show herself to the exit. She know how to show herself to the exit and just be comfortable in her own space and still share her message, still share her perspective, still should share her concerns and passion for whatever she have. But this has got to stop. This has got to stop because we don't have this kind of luxury time. Just think for a second, if the past 4 months had been used to gather our number count, maybe that could have deterred Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans from doing all the damage they're doing. If they bear witness that you are putting all your energy and time into gathering your numbers, then they know they're going to have to be threatened by that. But they don't see you doing that. They don't see you trying to speak from that one message. That needs to be the one consistent message for our community. If we care about our children and grandkids, that should be the one message that all of us should be constantly hammering every single day when we're using these social media platforms. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans will get that message, and the Democrats. And then they just may start taking you more serious. They may just be deterred from doing some of the harm and damage that they are doing because they know they're going to have to answer to you in 2 years. That's supposed to be used as a deterrent factor. It should be a deterrent countermeasure tactic that all of us should be able to support. And it don't take a lot of energy and it don't take any money. But we're not doing it. Why? Why? Because they doing as they please right now. Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans are doing as they please. And what are we doing? We just getting up and talking all day. But we have to have a counter move to what they're doing. The harm and the damage and the pain that they are causing. We have to be strategizing for a counter move that's going to flip this around. Or are we just going to continue to let them do as they please? Just continue to talk about what they're doing, post about what they're doing, complain about it, and cry about it, but no taking no real action. I don't need to hear any more Democrats talking about and complaining about anything. Not until they can show me, send me a link that I need to click on to be a better informed voter and a better informed citizen. If they cannot send me a link to click on where they're going to put content that I can click on to be a better informed voter and a better informed citizen, then they don't need to be talking to me. I don't need to be listening to them. If they cannot show me that they making every effort to gather their number count, I don't need to listen to them. And hopefully you will evaluate that you don't need to listen to them. If you want to waste time off of your life, that's your personal choice. But for now on going forward, folks should put into practice that any person is talking about politics, the next words out of their mouth should be, I have posted in the Jumbotron a link that you can click on that I am putting content in for you to be a better informed voter. I am also I have put together that link so that I can help gather the number count for my community because I care about my community so much. I'm an activist. I'm a political analyst. I'm an activist. I am a political analyst. I am a activist. I am a business owner. I am a nonprofit. I am a LLC. I am a oh. So the list goes on and on. So this politics impact all of us day to day. It impacts every one of us day to day. So if you are on a public app crying about politics, if you are crying about what the Republicans are doing and you cannot send me a link as to that I can click on and get better informed, then I know you don't care about what the Republicans are doing. If you cannot send me a link that I can click on and know what your number count is, how many persons are trying to get on the same page, how many persons are trying to be educated as a voting block, I don't need to listen to you. And no one else need to listen to you either. Because this is volunteer purpose failure. You individual persons are volunteering to fail, and then you want to blame everyone else. You want to blame and point the finger at someone else. No, I don't operate that way. The finger is pointing back at you. Because Who Did You Boycott have had her groups set up for well over a year and a half. I have over 60 groups, one for each state. It's been up since 2023. Those groups that I set up on minds.com have been there since 2023. I first set up groups in 2022 on WordPress. So I am putting my actions where my mouth is. I am putting my actions where my mouth is because I've been trying to get folks to join those groups that I set up on minds.com so they can try to get on the same page with each other. Put information in the group, share it with each other, help each other stay informed, help each other get on the same page, help each other learn how to vote as a voting block. That was my vision when I decided to set the groups up. I didn't think it was going to be a roadblock for folks to not want to join the groups. We need thousands and thousands of those groups. We need thousands and thousands of platforms or a website that our community can click on and stay informed because they may not see my link. They may not see the next person link. They may not see the next person link, but they may find one of those person links and click on it. And they just may decide to re-engage. There's no number that can be put on how many platforms or websites or community groups that need to be set up so that our community as a collective can access it at any given time. At any given time, they should be able to click on a link to get better informed, to get information about resources that they may not know about that could be a support network for them in times of need, in times of emergency. All of that should be posted on a consistent basis. No one should have to explain it and break it down in this way. This is common sense. I have listened to too many intelligent persons over the past 3 years. They are way intelligent than me. I know that, and that does not hurt my ego. That does not make me feel less about myself to say that person that I just finished listening to sound very intelligent. That person that I just finished listening to sound very common sense, matter of fact. They just down to earth and common sense. They know how to put things and say things in a way that the average person can understand it. Now, sometimes some of those intelligent persons, they may not be able to put things in a way that the average person can understand it. But we are all different. They may not understand it from this person, but they may be able to understand it from another person and how they say it. But folks are not doing that, and I just would like to know why. I would just like to know why they're not setting up a website. You can literally set up a website and be earning revenue while you sleep. The whole time, the whole 24 hours a day, you could be earning revenue. If you don't need it, then you can just donate it to all of these, some of these fake political candidates. But the website will be serving multi-purpose. It will be helping to inform your community. If you have time to post content to Twitter, then you have time to post content on a website. And you can pay for a website for less than $50 the whole year. Less than $50 for the whole year. So I would like to know what's the excuse. Because it has to be a reason for why folks are not doing this. Because they have all the time in the world to get on Twitter and talk on their enemy's app and make their enemy wealthy. They are making their enemy wealthy every single day they get up and get on their enemy's app. So they must enjoy making their enemy wealthy while uh, staying in la la land. I don't know, some of you folks are either in la la land, your head is in the clouds, or you just don't give a darn, or you just want to be popular, you just want to be an online gangster, you just want to be an online gangster, and I don't know, but one thing is for certain, you are making your enemy wealthy. You are making your enemy wealthy. So if you can have so much commitment to make your enemy wealthy, then you can transfer that over to your own website and let it be earning your revenue while you sleep. And if you don't need that money, then donate it. Donate it if you don't need it. But if you have so much passion about politics, then you should have a website that folks can click on and stay informed. I think that's the bare minimum. I suggested that to Dion D. Jenkins. I sent him the information in the back channel the last time. I think it was the last time or the time before that I was in his room. And I shared that information with Dion D. Jenkins. And I sent it to him in the back channel. And I don't even think I got a reply from him. He may have said something. I'm going to go back and look at the message. But I told Dion D. Jenkins I could walk him through how to set up his website. It takes, with AI, it takes 5 or 10 minutes to build a community website and just add content to it. If you know how to copy and paste, if you understand how to copy and paste, then you can be adding content to a website daily as a blog. The platform that I use and the platform that I am currently building 5 different websites on to get monetized. I just have to put the information into the AI of what I want the website to be about, and it generates the content. If I don't like the output, then I just edit it in my own words or with my own research, or I can utilize Chat GPT. I can utilize books. I can utilize my own personal experience, my own lived experience. I can utilize other resources and just simply add the content to the website and get it monetized through Google AdSense. I think most of us know about Google AdSense, don't we? I think most of us know about Google AdSense. Google AdSense will pay you money 24 hours a day if you're generating a reasonable amount of traffic to your website. Google AdSense is going to approve your website to be monetized. Google AdSense will monetize your website and you could be earning revenue 24 hours a day, even while you sleep. And I am confused as to why folks are so dedicated to adding content to their enemy's website, their enemy's platform, like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and LinkedIn, and they're not earning. Well, those who have been monetized, they are earning something, but most of the folks are not monetized. And the same thing can be used for fan base. You can be monetized just by setting up an account on fan base. And when you start posting content, if folks like what you posted, more than likely they're gonna give you some hearts. You know the word heart, and those hearts can turn into cash. Once again, if you don't need those little pennies and nickels and dimes and dollars, then donate them. If they don't mean that much to you, but somebody cared enough about the content that you posted, so they decided to give you hearts so folks can monetize their time and their content day one on fan base, day one if they have their own website, day one if you use minds.com, MINDS, day one if you use another platform that I know about called Funded Socially. Let's all say it together. Fund it socially. It's ran by and owned by God is Good. And most of you know God is Good. His Twitter profile, he has a Twitter profile, and it's God is Good. Look it up. If you don't want to use minds.com, if you don't want to use fan base, maybe you'll decide to use Funded Socially, and you can monetize on his platform that's owned by a brown or skinned person. So you can give less of your time and energy to your enemy platform. Let them suffer some pain. Let them lose some revenue. They deserve to lose some revenue. And so I want it to be clear. I don't understand why Dion D. Jenkins think that by switching over and running as a Democrat is going to help our community. I want all persons who are Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons to understand. You need to understand this and start getting to work. The Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons don't have a. There are 25 states that we have less than 6% of the population. Let that resonate. Let that resonate that you individuals are still running around here giving our community false hope. There are 25 states that we have less than 6% population, but we are still running around here encouraging our folks that we have a chance in this corrupt government. Well, I would kind of like to know how our community is going to fare when we are already 25 states down before we go to sleep, before we wake up, before we go to sleep, before we wake up, we are already 25 states down. So my common sense tells me if folks are running around here caping for Democrats or Republicans, they are benefiting in some kind of way. Oh, the number one way is maybe the district they are running in is we have a large population in that little district. The second reason that they could be running is because they know it's going to allow them to take donations, and a lot of folks are running for office for a money grab. They know they're not going to use all that money on their campaign, and whatever is left over is going to be put in the bank. I don't think it's going to be sent back to the donators. Number three, folks have a passion. They have a passion for politics, and that's all well and good. That's all well and good, and no one should uh, tell you not to have that passion. But it has to come with common sense. If you win your seat in your county or your local area, will do your community make up 51% of that population? If you cannot answer that question, yes. If you cannot answer that question, yes, you will be limited as to what type of impact you can have when you win your seat, depending on what position you win. But the overall community will be at a disadvantage even if you win your seat. If the community that you are claiming to represent have brown and dark brown skin and you don't make up 51% of that population that's at a voting age, they have to be 18 and older. If your population don't make up the majority of that voting population, then whoever controls the funding for that state, they're going to control how it's what's that word, uh allocated, uh passed out. Let me try to say that. They're going to determine where the money go and what things in that state are going to get funded. More than likely, they're going to be the ones sitting behind the desk in most of those positions. It's not going to be a person with a brown skin. So they're going to be the ones implementing whatever policies the state want to implement and pass. It all comes back to the numbers. It all comes back to the numbers. And you individuals who are running around here on Twitter and crying all day, you're not talking about that. Nobody is opening rooms day after day and talk about gathering the number count. I have yet to see anyone open a Twitter room, a Twitter space, and talk about gathering your number count state by state, state by state. And we can shimmy on over to Google and ask Google, Google, give me a breakdown of the population, a simple breakdown of the population state by state by race. So you can stop running around here lying to people and giving them false hope and standing before them giving them empty promises because things are getting worse. The Republicans clearly know they have the advantage. They control 27 states. They control 27 states because they have put in the work to know their numbers. They knew it before the election on the 5th of November. They had a pretty good idea of how many persons in their voting block was going to come out. It still could have went either way because folks can change their minds at the last minute. A lot of unexpected variables can happen. But I was sitting on Twitter one day and Alex Jones, y'all know that person by the name of Alex Jones. I popped into his room anonymous one day and they had 25,000 members join in one day. 25,000 members join in one day. But we got all the time in the world to waste talking on Twitter when we can't even point to 500 persons joining a website, a Facebook group if you want to use Facebook, a Twitter community if you want to use Twitter, a Telegram if you want to use Telegram, a Discord if you want to use Discord. I should hear someone talking about 500 members in a Facebook group. I should hear adults talking about 500 members in a Telegram group. I should have I should hear folks talking about 500 members have joined a website because they're trying to get on the same page. They're trying to learn how to vote as a voting block. They're trying to stay informed. I don't hear that. I don't hear that. So you folks have already wasted 4 months. You have already wasted 4 months. And before we know it, it will be midterm election. The politicians will be going before the microphone and lying to people in our community. Will not be informed. We will not be informed as a collective community because we would have wasted our time on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and Instagram talking and cursing each other out and calling each other all different names. We would have wasted time wanting to meet up to fight each other. Uh, we would have been wasting time trying to win the popularity contest. We would have wasted time showing favoritism to our little friends and cliques. It's a whole laundry list of ways that we would have lost. We have wasted our time because we have already wasted 4 months, 4 whole months that I don't hear any adults talking about gathering their number count. If you are gathering your number count, send it to me so I can spread the word on my platform. And that's how we get connected. We don't get connected getting on social media app and talking 24 hours a day. We don't get anything done that way. I constantly say on my put links in my broadcast. I got links in my broadcast right now. I have links on my timeline on Twitter. I have a boycott community on my profile on Twitter. I have over 60 network groups on minds.com. I have a Facebook group over there too. I just remember I did set up about two or three or four. I can't remember for sure because I really don't use the platform Facebook, but to post content. That's the only purpose that I really use it for. Every now and then, some of my family members may send me a message, and I have to respond to them. And some of my classmates, they may send me a message in the back channel, and I have to respond to them. And then a lot of strangers be sending me messages that I never met, and I'm a little bit hesitant to respond to them. More times than not, I just end up blocking them. But I do have a account on Facebook. I have an account on Instagram. I have an account on LinkedIn. I have an account on YouTube. I have an account on Fanbase. What else? I have the five websites that I'm building that I'm trying to get monetized. Only one of them have been monetized. I'm working on the other four, and I'm probably gonna build another five after I get those up and running. I'm gonna more than likely build some more, cause the more the merry, the more the merry. And it's just I have to test out different content that I have a passion about or interest in, and d- decide and evaluate which content is getting and generating the most traffic. Cause I have to make sure that my time is spent the most productive and effective way that it can because I don't have a lot of time to waste. I'm 62 years old. Maybe when I was 30 years old, 40 years old, I felt like I had a lot of time to waste, but not anymore. That's long since been forgotten. Uh, but like I said earlier, I have always been serious. I can't fake the funk. I was I started being serious in high school. So that I haven't changed very much from that person. I really can't fake the funk on that one. I've pretty much been this way, focus driven as long as I can remember. I don't that I've never not been this way. So like I tell you folks a lot of times, sometimes it's hard for me to live with myself. And I admit that because I have to live with me. but I love me, so it's not so hard. But anyway, if you if you have content that you want to help get spread it to the masses, send it to me. I may not be able to get to all of it right away. I try to get to as much as I can, and I can post it in my 60 groups that I have set up on minds.com. I am in the process of transitioning my content to fan base in the next 6 months to a year. If I'm still living, a lot of my content will be mainly focused on minds.com and fanbase. Those are the two major platforms that I will be putting my time and effort into going forward. But Twitter is right now is being used for simply to help get content out and to generate traffic to my other website. That's why I pay that $8. That's a low cost for advertisement for me to pay for that little check mark. But I expect to eliminate the platform Twitter as soon as humanly possible. That's what my goal is, to eliminate it. I don't know about the rest of you folks. I don't take great pleasure in supporting the enemy. I really just can't hardly sleep. It really interrupts my sleep at night. It does. It just bothers my spirit. It bothers my spirit, and it has always been that way. Uh, that's why I guess I have such a passion for entrepreneur. I really thank my mother for having that same for having being that way. And now that I have done my genealogy, we came about it the right way. It's all through the bloodline. It's all through the blood family tree. So I at least know that much about my family tree, that it's in the bloodline to be entrepreneurs. And I had always wondered about that. And I knew I had got it from my mother, but I really didn't know much about my family tree until I did my genealogy. So now that I know that it's in the bloodline, it's good to know. But like I started to say, if you have information that you want to share with me, then send it to me. Send it to me, and I do my best to share it on my platform that I manage. I manage primarily minds.com for right now and my websites. I have not been able to spread myself over the fan base. I go over there from time to time and post content. Like I said earlier, I went over there to post content about Dion D. Jenkins' election. I posted content about all the persons who ran in my uh, district. I posted each person's name. I looked up each person's name and I posted that on minds.com. I posted it on Fanbase, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. So that was very time consuming. It was very time consuming, but I wanted to try to do my little part. As much as I cannot stand politics, I really cannot stand this corruption. But since folks want to take part in it, I want to understand why adults like Dion D. Jenkins is not sharing the information with our community, that there are 25 states that we have less than 6% population. Why I don't hear Sandy B and Nikki Barnes and Anti-Socialite and John Brown and Scopio, all these Democrats, Heartbreaker D. I don't hear any of them sharing that information on a when they open Twitter room. Do they think it's a secret? I think they must think it a secret. Now, Dion D. Jenkins, he live in California. Their population of brown and dark brown skinned person has been shrinking. They down to 5%. They make up 5% of that state. It's a slim chance that they voice are going to be heard. It's a very, very slim chance. It's like a snowball in hell that they are going to be heard because they outnumbered. But that's no reason to give up if they give the people the right information, the hard, cold truth. they may just decide to re-engage. And then you take your number count and threaten both the Republicans and the Democrats that you have put in the work to know your number count, and you can throw your number count to any candidate that you want. That's how us being 15% of the population of over 300 million, that's how we fight for the right policies for our children and grandkids and ourselves. That's how we leverage our power. We don't help ourselves by constantly telling the Republicans that we have passion to support them. We don't help ourselves by constantly telling the Democrats that we have passion to support them. No, that's committing suicide. You folks are committing suicide, and I don't know why you're doing it. I would kind of like to know. I've been asking this question since 2022, and no one has answered me. I just want someone to please answer that question. Why are you volunteering to commit suicide? Because you are too intelligent and common sense not to understand the numbers. It's a numbers game, and it's about money. Now, and the oligarchy. That's what we're up against. We are up against that. We are at a disadvantage because we don't know our numbers. We're not organized. We're not trying to help keep each other informed. We don't know how to vote as a voting bloc. Those are the three major hurdles we have to get over before we even face the oligarchy and the lobbyists and the Black Rocks and the Rockefellers and the Republicans and the megas and the white nationals and the corporations. So even before we get to all those other hurdles, we got to get over the first three. So I would kind of like to know why Dion D. Jenkins and persons like him think they can run around on these social media apps feeding our community false hope. And I never hear them talking about gathering their number count. I just hear folks crying about the Democrats and caping for the Democrats and expressing all the passion they have for voting for the Democrats. And now Dion D. Jenkins wants to run for office. I voted for him, like I told you. I'm quite happy that I voted for Dion D. Jenkins at the time. At the time that I made my decision and shared that information with my best friend, I really felt that Dion D. Jenkins represented trying to lay the groundwork for a third party for our community. That's what really swayed me to vote for him. Not because me and Dion D. Jenkins agreed our perspectives uh, pretty much aligned. They did here and there, but not very much. And now that I have had a chance to listen to him more since I voted for him, I'm still evaluating him. And I'm starting to notice that a lot of our, maybe quite a bit of our perspectives don't align. But that's why it's so critical for us to start working on this every single day so that we can iron out where we align and where we don't. Right now, all of us are fumbling in the dark. All of us are going into the voting booth and voting as an individual. Maybe a few of our friends that we know may be voting the same way, and everybody just keep trucking along like everything is hunky dory. They just truck along like everything is hunky dory when we don't know our number count. And we can be honest about that. All these other ethnicities, they put in the time to know their number count. Whether you're talking to the megas, whether you're talking to the white nationals, whether you're talking to the diehard Republicans, whether you're talking to the Christians, whether you're talking to the Proud Boys, whether you're talking about the KKK, whether you're talking about uh, the Latinos, whether you're talking about the Mexicans, whether you're talking about the Asians, whether you're talking about all these other different ethnicities, they put in the work to know their numbers as close as possible. so it don't be so much of a guessing game who is going to come out to vote. Because at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, it's all about the numbers and who's going to be controlling the money. It's all about the numbers and who is going to get control of the money. Is that more simple for you folks? Cause y'all seem to be running around here with a chicken like a chicken with your neck cut off, and you don't waste it 4 months. You already don't waste it 4 months. Before you blink your eyes good, midterm election gonna be right in front of you. The politicians are gonna be on their campaign. They're gonna be out there campaigning and making empty promises and lying through their teeth, and you still not gonna be able to show them your number count. So once again, they're gonna pay you no mind. They're gonna entertain you long enough to get your vote, and then as soon as they get that vote, they're gonna forget about you again. Cause you persons are not putting in the work that you should be able to show every one of these politicians your number count. Each one of these politicians should be able to click on a link and know that you are gathering your number count. How much of a threat would it be if the Republicans and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the megas could be watching our community gather our number count? How much of a threat would that pose to them? It would be a major threat if they could record and know that we are gathering that number count. They're going to have to be concerned about all of this evil they're doing right now. But they don't have to be concerned about it because you're not doing anything to pose a threat to them. You're just getting on a public app and talk to each other and complain to each other and cry to each other. They have free range to do what they please. They don't see you getting up and open a Twitter space and talk about gathering your numbers. They don't hear you talking about how to learn how to stay informed. Somebody should be tracking every one of these politicians 365 days. They don't hear you talking about that. So why should they be feeling any threat? They don't hear you talking about how you're going to educate each other to be a voting bloc. You are not doing anything to send a message that they should feel threatened by. If I have missed anything, somebody send me a DM. And in fact, I'm going to say anybody that want to come up tonight, just put a little comment in the comment section. I can stay here for a little while longer. Uh, and I will let you come up and give me your feedback. Because Who Did You Boycott is known for wanting to speak her mind. But I also am known for wanting to hear another person out. I want to hear what the other person had to say. And I just decided to jump on here and share my perspective because this is dangerous. There should not be not one brown or dark brown skinned person caping for the Democrats. If you want to vote for the Democrats, keep it a secret. Let the Democrats have to guess if whether or not you're going to vote for them. That should be your power position. You should not give them advance notice that you're looking forward to vote for them. If that's what you want to do, then you need to gather your voting block and use it as a weapon to force the Democrats to make demands more balanced. Right now, they're taking you for granted. They have taken all of us for granted for 60 years. So, don't you want to change up things? Don't you want to change up the strategy? Instead, Dion D. Jenkins and folks like him, and Sandy B. and Nikki Barnes, and Anti-Socialite, and Heartbreaker D. and John Brown, they can't tell the Democrats enough how much they love them. We are already at a disadvantage. Why do we need to tell either the Republicans or the Democrats what our intentions are? Why do we need to tell them that? Why? Can someone explain that to me? Can someone who get on Twitter every single day, can somebody with brown and dark brown skin explain to me why we need to tell the Republicans or the Democrats what we plan to do while we are at a disadvantage? Before we go to sleep at night, we are already 25 states behind. Before we wake up in the morning, we are 25 states behind. So why do folks feel the need to tell the Democrats what their intentions are? Can someone explain that to me? I need for someone to explain that to me because if these intelligent adults who claim to be intelligent, if you claim to be intelligent, then you should be silent about what your intentions are to get more of your demands. That has to be your counter move so that the Democrats are on edge. They don't know for certain that you plan to vote for them. That's how we try to get our collective community in a better position because we are outnumbered. We are outnumbered by over 300 million persons. Over 300 million persons. We are outnumbered and we just feel the need. We feel the need to tell the Democrats and the Republicans that we want to vote for them. Can somebody make that make sense to me? Can someone please make that make sense to me? Because this should be a no-brainer. They should be on edge. They should be a guessing. They should be making assumption. They should never feel certain how we're going to swing our numbers. They should never know that. It should be they won't know until after the results. That should be the way that if you care about your community, that's how you should be moving. That's the message you should have been sending the Republicans and the Democrats all these 4 months. If you really cared about them removing DEI, if you really cared about all those folks who lost their job, if you really care about Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security and EBT and Obamacare and prescription drugs, if you care about all of those things, then you wouldn't be announcing to the Democrats in advance what your intentions are. Don't that make sense? Because if they don't find a way to do something for the community more than what they claim they've been doing, then more than likely a lot more folks are going to stay home, especially during midterm election, because nobody is opening a Twitter room and talk about gathering the number count. No one is opening a Twitter space and talk about how to vote as a voting block. No one is opening a Twitter space and talk about helping the community stay informed. You folks just enjoy getting up and being in your echo chambers and you think you're doing something, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, apparently, you folks really think you're doing something because you in those echo chambers. And then some of you got those inside connections with the Democratic Party, so you think you got it going on. That's why you're crying so hard. You have your inside connection, but you can have your inside connection. But if you can't get those non-voters to get back involved, it don't look too good for you. Because when the non-voters outnumber the voters, when the non-voters outnumber the voters, then I don't think folks need to be wasting time crying and complaining. I think you need to figure out why those voters don't want to be involved because you need those voters. But I think a lot of you think that folks are going to get so bad off, they're going to come running back to the Democrats. I would not hold my breath on that one. They showed you. I don't know how much more plainer they could have showed you this election 2024. They were willing to sacrifice everything not to vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. How much more of a clear message could they have told you? brain dead human being. I would kind of like to know what more of a clear message they could have told you. They told Donald Trump and they told Kamala Harris they were willing to sacrifice everything rather than come out to vote. How much more clear could that be? Because folks clearly knew that things had gotten worse since 2020, so they weren't in the dark about that. They were not in the dark about their day-to-day life. So they was thinking about that. They clearly knew they were willing to sacrifice everything not to vote for either one of you demons. And they didn't. And that is why I don't understand why Dion D. Jenkins is not talking about threatening the Democrats to form a separate voting bloc, which don't mean that separate voting bloc can't still vote for the Democrat, that can't still vote for the Republican, that can't still vote for the Independent, but use it as a threat to put the community in a better position than telling your enemy you're looking forward to voting for them. Is that hard to comprehend? I want someone to please tell me, is that hard to comprehend? Because it seems like a no-brainer for me. That if you know you are at a disadvantage, then you don't tell your opposition in advance what you intend to do. You are already at a disadvantage. So if you know and your enemy know you are at a disadvantage, they know it. It's not a secret to them. The Republicans know it. The Democrats know it. Seems like you're the only one that don't know it because you seem to be so motivated to tell your opposition that you can't look forward to vote for them. You can't wait to vote for them. So going forward, folks who want to approach this madness like my perspective, please click the link in my comment section and join the group that I have set up. If what Who Did You Boycott is saying resonates with you, please click that link and let everybody gather their own numbers. Let all the folks who care about abortion gather their numbers. Everybody who care about LGBTQ gather their numbers. Everybody that care about women's live, let them gather their numbers. Everybody who care about really pushing back and leveraging their voting block, please click my link because that's what I'm about. I'm not about running around here caping for the Republicans or the Democrats. They're going to earn that vote. If they don't earn that vote is going to be used as a weapon to threaten them into trying to do the right thing. Because myself and my community is already at a disadvantage. I don't need to give you any help, and I won't. And so I don't know why folks are doing that. I don't know why Dion D. Jenkins is doing it. I don't know why Sandy B is doing it. I don't know why Nikki Barnes is doing it. I don't know why Anti-Socialite is doing it. I don't know why John Brown is doing it. I don't know why Heartbreaker D is doing it. I don't know why Scorpio is doing it. I don't know why they're doing that. Because they're too intelligent and common sense to be doing that. So it's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason. It's not adding up. It's just not adding up. It's just not adding up. And so I am going to put you human beings on blast. If y'all keep up this madness, I'm going to put your name in my title and put you on blast because you're hurting my community. You are hurting the young generation. You are hurting the grandkids with this madness. Y'all got to stop it. It's enough fault to go around to all of us who did not understand and be better educated about this corruption of this government. It's enough blame to go around. We can beat ourselves up, but there's no excuse for this level of absent brain. This level of absent brain is criminal now because the internet has been invented. Since the internet got invented, is no excuse for that. Anything that happened before the internet got invented, all of us can give ourselves a little bit of pass. But since the internet got invented, it's no excuse for this now. This is being done deliberate. This is criminal. And I'm going to call it criminal because if Who Did You Boycott can shimmy on over to Google and ask Google to give me a population breakdown, then every one of you persons can do it. I did it in 2020. I did it again in May of 2024. So what is the excuse that you individual persons don't know the breakdown of the population state by state? Why? Can someone answer that? So that's criminal because you are speaking to your people and you're not informing them of how much of a disadvantage they are facing every day they wake up. So you have to be held accountable for that. And I'm going to do my little part to put y'all names on blast. I'm going to do my little part to gather the number count for the Negro Ancestor Independent Party. That's the network that I have set up on minds.com for anyone that wants to join it. That can be in a position to make our demands of either party. We have more of an advantage with the Democrats because the Republicans really don't need our vote. We have more of an advantage with the Democrats. I'm just going to be frankly honest. I would prefer that we start sending that clear message to both the Republicans and the Democrats. Because we can threaten the Republicans too. Because if our voting bloc is large enough, we could make some of their candidates lose. We just may be able to squeak out a loss for their primary candidate that they want. So there's different approaches and strategies that we have to apply, and we have to constantly tweak it. So, Who Did You Boycott is all about strategy. I'm not the smartest person. I don't claim to be the smartest person, but I do consider myself a critical thinker. I think God gave me that ability. He didn't give me a whole lot of book knowledge, but I think He slipped a little bit of that in. And so I'm thankful for that. I'm quite thankful for that I do know how to do a good deal of critical thinking. And my critical thinking says that I need to focus on gathering that number count. And I'll invite any of you to join the network that I have set up. Also join the network group for your state and put in those network groups anything that you want to put in there, as long as it's not offensive, as long as it's not disrespectful to one another. I won't have a problem with it. And if somebody wants to volunteer to be a mod for one of those groups, you're welcome to contact me and let me know, and we can converse about it. But right now, Who Did You Boycott is trying to manage all of those groups by herself. All right, and I'm okay with doing that. I don't have a problem because I'm just hard headed like that. I'm quite okay. I put content in those groups from time to time, and I'm starting to see a few numbers grow, but not very much. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie about it. It's not many folks in there, but the ones that have joined, I appreciate them joining, and I try to provide them with information that I come across. And I don't care if I just have to share it with two persons. If it impacted those two persons' day to day life in a positive way, then it was all worth my effort. But anyone is welcome to join those network groups. But I'm primarily wanting to preserve the Negro ancestors' history and achievements in this country. That's my main focus of my efforts. If you don't have a problem with that, then you're welcome to join. But I'm not going to try to keep anything away from anyone. My length of time that I got left, I don't know how much that is, but I have made a commitment that whatever amount of time that God got left for me on this earth, I want to be dedicating it to preserving and protecting the Negro ancestors' history in this country, on this landmass. That's what I want to spend the remaining time that I got left on this earth. And if you don't have a problem with that, I certainly invite you to join the groups that I have set up on minds.com. And you can put in there anything that you want, and you can start conversing with each other and trying to figure out how one another can get on the same page and help share the message, help spread the message, help spread the link, and folks can join or they cannot join. And like I said, we need thousands and thousands and thousands of platforms like that, because folks may not find one person's link or the next person link or the next person link, but if it's thousands and thousands and thousands of platforms that our community can click on, then they can decide for themselves where they align. If they align with that person over there named Jenkins, then they'll join that person named Jenkins. If they align with that person named Jones, then they'll join that person over there so that we can start gathering our number count. And then we have to figure out how to come to a consensus on things that we need to come to a consensus on. Is that hard? Is that hard to complicate? Is that hard to comprehend? Because folks ain't gonna never get this little perfect unity nonsense that folks run around and talk about. Because that's never gonna happen. Because human beings, by nature, have their own individual perspective, and those that share similar perspectives, they just naturally should gravitate to each other, and a lot more get done because they're not bumping heads. But when it's time to come to a consensus on things, then it's important to communicate across lines. That's not hard to do. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to rub elbows to be able to share communication and figure out how to get on the same page and come to a consensus. And it's it's so valuable for us to know our numbers in so many ways. Uh, all of these platforms are making a killing off of our data. We should be utilizing our data to benefit our community and build our own infrastructure, to build our own hospitals, our own schools, our own trade school. We should be making them pay us for our data. We should be making them pay us to do a survey of what our perspectives are. The same way they do all these surveys, they should be paying us. And we can only force that to happen if we gather our numbers. If we put the commitment in and gather our number, they'll start coming to us when they want our feedback and our perspective. Then they'll probably be willing to pay for it. They'll probably be willing to pay for it, and we can take that money and reinvest it back into our community, or we can donate it, or we can utilize it if we need it. The individual persons who may need it, when emergencies pop up in the community, folks can get the help. The money can be used in so many ways. But it all, we have to start at first base. We have to start taking baby steps. But we don't have time to be wasting 4 months just talking on Twitter. That's criminal. That's downright shameful that a whole 4 months have passed, and what do we have to show for it? I would like for somebody to send me that information. What do we have to show for 4 months that have already ticked off the calendar? Can someone show me or tell me what we have to show for that 4 months other than talking and complaining and crying all day? Can someone send me any other information that I may have missed? Because Who did you boycott today is sitting back and observing. I am constantly in observation mode. From the time I wake up until the time I close my eyes at night, who did you boycott is in observation mode or I'm doing recon. I'm doing reconnaissance on everything that's going on around me 24/7. So I want Dion D. Jenkins and Sandy B and Nikki Barnes and Heartbreaker D and Anti-Socialite and John Brown and Scorpio and all these persons who love the Democrats. I want them to explain to me what's the strategy they have or planning to implement or to share with the community that is going to counter our community being 25 states at a disadvantage before we go to sleep at night and before we wake up in the morning. Before they talk to anybody about voting anymore, they need to figure out a strategy what they have for that disadvantage. I need for them to explain that. I need for them to be sharing that information with the community. I need for them to be explaining how the oligarchy has controlled this government since 1981. And what is the counter move to go against that? Somebody needs to explain that to our community and stop keeping them in the dark. Someone needs to open these Twitter spaces and explain to the community what is the counter move to go against the oligarchy. What is the counter move to go against that we have less than 6% population in 25 states out of 50? I would like to know. I would kind of like to know what is the plan other than you brain dead human beings getting on a public app feeding folks false hope and telling them that you're looking forward to running for office and you want to get donations. And now you brain dead folks are telling folks that we need to buy a lobbyist. We need to fund a lobbyist. We can't even fund folks getting food on the table, and you folks think that you have the ability to fund a lobbyist. When if you don't have the kind of money that Bank of America have, you shouldn't be talking about funding a lobbyist. If you don't have the kind of money that JP Morgan have, you shouldn't be talking about to our community about funding a lobbyist. If you don't have the kind of money that Wells Fargo have, you should not be saying out your mouth that you plan to tell your community to make donations so they can fund a lobbyist. If you don't have the kind of money that the oligarchy and the Black Rocks and the Rockefellers have, you should not be saying that you want your community to support funding a lobbyist. Those words should not be coming out your mouth until your community as a collective have a better financial security position. That they have had time to repair and put things in place like buy land and buy a home and buy other assets. That's what they need to be putting their money into. Because if you folks get organized, you won't have to worry about donations so much because word of mouth would take care of that advertising costs. See how that work? You see how that work? Word of mouth trumps advertising dollars any day of the week. But y'all don't want to put in the work. The old school way of getting business cards printed up and just handing out the business card with the link on it still works. Or you can hand out that little QR code thing that y'all folks talk about because I don't use it quite yet, but I've heard about it. Use both methods. Use both of them. Use the old fashioned business card and use the new trendy thing, QR code, whatever you want to call it. And every time you go out to run errands, just hand it out to strangers. Just pass it out to strangers so we can gather that number count. But y'all not talking about that. Y'all too busy wanting folks to give donations when you don't even want to do the basic way. The basic way, every time you open a Twitter space, you should be gathering the number count. Every time you open a Twitter space, you should be gathering the number count. Every time somebody do a broadcast on YouTube, they should be showing a link that folks can click on to gather that number count. Every time somebody get on Clubhouse, they should be gathering the number count. Every time somebody get on TikTok and make a broadcast, they should be gathering the number count. But you're not doing it. Why? Can somebody explain that to me? But you're real quick to get in front of folks and ask them for donations. Make it make sense, please. Don't fit your mouth to ask for donations until you do the small things. I want to see the small things be done before you sorry human beings get in front of my community and ask them for donations. Those other pieces have to be in place before you fit your mouth to ask for one dime of donation. You don't deserve one dime of donation if you don't have a website up by now. If you're not gathering that number count, nobody should give you one red penny. No one should give you one red nickel. No one should donate one red dime. No one should donate one red quarter to any of you. Not one of you. You should be informing your community 365 days out the year. And informing your community is not opening a Twitter space and throwing out comments and messages and hope that folks catch it. Hope that folks write it down. That's not informing your community. If you really cared about informing your community, then you would put it on a website or choose whichever platform you love. Because you folks love your enemy's platform so much. You folks love your enemy's platform so much that hold on a second. My Instagram broadcast just ended, so I'm gonna have to go over there and end my Instagram because as I'm speaking right now, I am broadcasting on Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram at the same time because I want you persons, each person, to start demanding from Dion D. Jenkins and demanding from Sandy B and Nikki Barnes and Anti-Socialite and Heartbreaker D and Scorpio and John Brown, the next human being that complained to you about voting and about Kamala Harris losing and about the Democrats losing, then you ask them to send you the information to their website, a link that you can click on and become a better informed voter. If they cannot send that information to you, then you let them know you don't need to listen to them. You don't need to listen to them complain and cry all day on the enemy's app. And if they can't direct you to that link where it's going to show you the effort they're making to gather their number count, then you need to tell them goodbye and stop listening to them because they are harming your children and grandkids and the young generation. And this is criminal at this point. All of these folks are criminal. If they cannot send me a link of what I can click on, then I know they don't need my support. I don't need to listen to them, and they don't need my support. That's the bare minimum because a whole 4 months have been wasted. Four months have been wasted, and these folks feel comfortable getting up day after day and talking. But what could have been more helpful if the Republicans could be observing each of us using our platform to gather our number count? Don't you think that would pose more of a threat to to Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans if they was observing us doing that for the past 4 months? Don't you think it just may have been able to deter all the damage that Donald Trump and Elon Musk is trying to do? Because they know they're going to have to face that threat in 2 years. But you folks not even sending that message. You just comfortably letting them know that you want to get up day after day and complain. But you have a prime opportunity right now to be sending Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans a clear message on all of these platforms. You are going to know your number count, and you are going to know how to vote as a voting block, and you are going to pose a threat to them. Not only the Republicans, but the Democrats. That's how you help your community. That is how you help your children and grandkids. If you're not using your time to send that message, then your enemy clearly know you don't pose a threat. And that doesn't matter if you got a D or a R or a I in front of your name. Because this is all about numbers and money. Who put the most work into organizing their numbers are going to be the boss. Who put the most effort and time into knowing their numbers is going to control the money. Is that hard to understand? Because y'all seem to be confused about that. You folks seem to be confused about that, and you think by telling the Democrats that you look forward to voting for them, that it's going to be a different outcome. No, the Democrats are the main ones that need to be threatened because they have gotten our community support for 60 years. And we have put in a lot of work to support them for 60 years. And so they should be threatened the most. They should be threatened to make sure that our community is fully represented. It's fully represented on these committees or at the local, state, and federal level. There should be equal balance from our community that get to run for election and get to be making the decision and be in a leadership position. That should be equally balanced. And if that cannot be agreed on, then they can just hold their breath and pray that folks come out to vote for them. Or they can sit down at the table and negotiate a fair and balanced representation from our community that will fight for our policy. That they will be representing us at the local, state, and federal level. And if the brown skin and dark brown skin person who claim that they are going there to represent our community don't do the right thing, then they need to be informed they're going to suffer consequences. And not the kind of consequences they need to suffer consequences before the next election roll around. We need to figure out some kind of way to force them to suffer consequences during the year, during the election, like a boycott. Calling and emailing your representative is not consequences. Calling and emailing your representative who don't stand on business is not a threat. Because if they are going to stay in position for 2 years, they're going to do a lot of damage in 2 years. No, As a collective, we're going to have to figure out another way to apply pressure if they don't vote the right way. If they don't vote the right way right out of the gate, day one, day two, day three, day four, day five, day six, day seven, then they need to feel some pain. They need to suffer some consequences or just don't run for office. This little empty threat that you're going to replace them for the next election, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. So you can stop lying to yourself because they're going to benefit for that length of time that they hold office. And when they leave office, they're going to be set up to get that next opportunity. So they're not gonna suffer one bit if they get replaced for the next election. So they don't care about that. That's an empty threat to them. That's an empty threat. No, folks have to understand if they neglect our community, the Negro and the brown and dark brown skinned person, if they choose to neglect our community on day one, day two, day three, day four, day five, day six, day seven, they're going to suffer immediate consequences with a boycott. That should be the primary threat every single day. That's the only way to force these demons to stop operating off of greed and selfishness and choosing to purposely neglect our community while everyone else get help. Everyone else get help and they get a support network while our community continues to suffer. And so the way to counter that is that each of us have to gather that number count. Each of us have to gather that number count and be serious about it and be committed about it. And once that's started, I can guarantee you the Republicans and the Democrats and the independents are going to take you more serious. They're going to think you are more serious when they see you doing that. But until you do that, they're not going to take you serious. That's why those bad Dems don't take you serious. They don't take they don't take the Negro and brown and dark brown skin community serious. And they tell you that every single day when they open a Twitter space. And they be telling you to your face they don't take you serious. But I guarantee you, if you show them your number count, they're going to change their tune. You can practice it on them. Since you're in close proximity of them, you can practice it on them, and I guarantee you they'll start changing their tune. And every Democrat will start changing their tune once they see you are serious about gathering your number count. Call me a liar. Call me a liar, and I'll come back on here and do a broadcast and call myself a liar. So, in closing, I am going to put these sorry human beings' name in my title if they don't stop running around here caping for the Democrats. Because the only message that Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons should be sending the Democrats and the Republicans is that you are forming a voting bloc to go against them if they don't listen to your concern. That's the only message that should be coming out your mouth. That's the only message that should be coming out your mouth if you care about your community, if you care about your children, if you care about your grandkids. That's the only message you should be telling them 24/7, 365 days. Because neither side of these pink people care about us. They have shown that for 150 years. That little bit of crumbs that the Democrats give out every time they win is just crumbs. They want our community to stay at the bottom. They just want to do enough to keep our community dependent on them. They don't want to give us the opportunity to empower ourselves and our community. Because if they cared about that, that would have already been done. And you know why I know it would have already been done? Because their ancestors were able to build communities without voting. So it's no guessing game. It's no guessing game because the history proves that our ancestors were able to have a thriving community and they didn't even have the right to vote. They didn't even have the right to vote. So I don't want to hear no narrative that folks have to support the Democrats if they expect to get anything for our community because that is a bald-faced lie. That is a lying narrative. That is a self-serving narrative for a person who is going to benefit from it, a small percent. No, all of these lies have to be exposed. All of these talking points have to be exposed. All of these talking narratives have to be exposed because the children and grandkids' future is on the line. What we do today and what we do tomorrow is going to impact them 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So we need folks with backbone to step forward and expose these persons. I'm asking for you persons who know who you are, who have a backbone, and you go into these spaces with them, call them out, put them on the spot. Put them on the spot and ask them what is they plan to deal with the fact that we are 25 stakes down before we go to sleep at night. We are 25 stakes down before we wake up in the morning. I want some answers. I want some answers from Dion D. Jenkins. I want some answers from Sandy B. I want some answers from Nikki Barnes. I want some answers from Antisocialite. I want some answers from John Brown. I want some answers from Heartbreaker D. I want some answers from Scorpio and all you Democrats. I want some answers. I want you to send me your link that I can click on and become a better informed voter. I want you to send me a link that I can click on that tell me you making every effort to gather your number count. If you don't send me that information, I'm going to do my best to put your behind on blast. I am going to do my best to make time to put y'all sorry behinds on blast, starting with Dion D. Jenkins. I worked on Sandy B and Nikki Barnes last night, so you can go back and listen to that recording. I'm working on Dion D. Jenkins tonight. But this message is to all persons who are running around here encouraging our community to keep putting all their faith into voting. I want my message to be very clear. Any person that is caping for the Republicans or caping for the Democrats and they cannot show me a number count, if they cannot send me a number count, if they cannot send me a link to a Facebook group, a Twitter community, a website, a Telegram, a Discord, then they better shut their mouth talking to me. And they need to shut their mouth when talking to my community because they are dangerous. They are very, very dangerous. They are very, very dangerous. And I don't appreciate that from anybody. I have never stood for that. From the time I was in junior high school and high school, I have been this way. I can't change now. I cannot change now. And I have witnessed you sorry human beings for 3 years. I have been sitting back and observing for 3 years, for 3 whole years. And I said, I'm tired of this. I tried my best not to try to step on anyone's toes, not to offend anyone, try not to step out. I just tried my best to bite my tongue. I bit my tongue for a good 3 years almost, hoping, just hoping that folks would stop lying to our community. I kept hoping that folks would stop doing it, and they just kept on doing it, and they kept on doing it. And I said, enough is enough. I want somebody to answer the question is what is the strategy to help our community when we have a population of less than 6% in 25 states out of 50. I need for you folks to answer that question. What's the strategy? What is the strategy while you running around here telling our community empty promises and asking them to support a candidate? I want answers. I simply want answers. I simply want answers. And all folks need to do is go over to Google and say, Google, give me the population breakdown for my state. What is the population breakdown by race? What percent is those subpar human beings who call themselves white? What percent is black? What percent is American Indian? What percent is Asian? What percent is Hawaiian? What percent is Latinos and Mexican? And crunch the numbers and be honest with your community. Explain to them the level of disadvantage each of us are facing because we are outnumbered in all 50 states. We are outnumbered in all 50. But 25 is so bad that we don't even reach 6% population. That's really, really bad. And folks are going to have to start figuring out if they're going to hunker down, if they're going to hunker down in the state that they currently live in, because Donald Trump is getting ready to turn the power back over to the individual states. That's look like Jim Crow 2.0, Jim Crow 3.0, whatever you want to call it. When Donald Trump turns that power back over to the states, and more than likely, they have already predicted that the Republicans are going to hold on to power for the next 4 years after Donald Trump get finished. So Donald Trump has told you he will be turning the power back over to the individual states. The individual states will decide how the money is spent. The individual state will decide on how justice is dished out. Whoever has the largest population of that state are going to be running the show. They're going to be calling the shots. And so 25 states out of 50, those human beings need to pack up the U-Haul and get out of Dodge. They need to get out of Dodge as quickly as they can. They are outnumbered on all flanks. They are outnumbered on all flanks and they are barely 6%. But most of those 25 states, the population is less than 2%. I just couldn't put all that information in the title. But when you go do your research, you're going to find out that most of those 25 states, the black American population is less than 2%. It's less than 2%. But when I read it off the other day on my other broadcast, I did come across a few that had 5% or one or two that had 6%. So to keep it as factual as I could, I used the highest number. But it's worse than that. Most of these 25 states, the black American population is less than 2%. So I would kind of like to know why Dion D. Jenkins and Sandy B. and Nikki Barnes and Anti-Socialite and John Brown and Heartbreaker D and Scorpio and all these persons who run around here crying for the Democrats that they not opening no Twitter spaces and sharing that information with our community. Because I think if our community get the truth, they just may decide to re-engage. When they really start fully comprehending how much of a disadvantage they are up against, they just may decide to re-engage. Because 100 million stayed home and did not vote in 2024. It was 80 million in 2020, but it went up to 100 million in 2024. And the Republicans are predicting that most of the Democratic voting bloc is going to have died by midterm because a lot of them are elders like myself. So the prediction can't be too far off. Just they're going to die a natural death. So the Republicans probably already don't crunch the numbers on that. That's not a secret. So for all those diehard Democrats who are depending on that 88% that came out in 2024 and that 92 that came out in 2024, those elders are dying daily. So your voting block is shrinking daily. So that's why it's critical for the Negroes and brown and dark brown community to gather their numbers and threaten both the Republicans and the Democrats to get us in the best position that we can get in. We should not be telling them that we look forward to voting for either side. No, we should simply show them our number count and show them our voting block and let them guess and wonder and worry who we're going to throw our vote behind. That's all they need to know. That's all they need to know. They don't need to know any more than that. Just keep them in the dark until our community start getting help. Until our community start getting help they need. Once that takes place for about 10 or 20 years, then we maybe can sit down and talk again. But until that happens, for 10 to 20 years, the Democrats don't need to know for sure if our community plan to vote for them. And for all those melanated immigrants, you should be equally motivated not to tell the Democrats that you look forward to voting for them because they're doing a lot of voting to cause harm in Jamaica, Haiti, and the continent. Go look at the voting record of each of these politicians for the past 20, 30, 40 years and call me a liar. They have done a lot of damage with their voting record that has brought a lot of genocide and harm to Jamaica, Haiti, the continent, and around the world. It's not a secret. So we have to function under this corrupt government. There's no getting around that. We clearly know that we have to function under this oligarchy, this corrupt government that's ran by the oligarchy and all the corrupt folks. So what our thought process should be, our strategy should be to put ourselves in the best position for our loved ones day to day. And the way we do that is to constantly send a threat to the Republicans and the Democrats that we are gathering our numbers. We are gathering our numbers and we are going to use those numbers however we choose, whether it's a boycott, whether it's some other way that can deliver consequences, keep them guessing. Keep them on their toes and keep them guessing so they can back off of us and leave us alone. They need to get a clear message to back off of us and leave us alone, or they're going to start suffering consequences if they choose not to do that. And right now, we're not sending that message. We too busy getting up on Twitter and talking all day. We too busy getting up on Twitter and complaining all day. We too busy getting up on Twitter and crying all day. While they are constantly doing something to impact our day-to-day life in a negative way. They have free reign to do whatever they please because they don't feel threatened they're going to suffer any consequence. So whatever we do, every day we get up, we need to be sending a threat their way. If they're not feeling a threat every day that they get up and we get up, then something is wrong. Something is wrong, and we are failing our children and grandkids. If that doesn't happen every single day that we get up every second of the day, then we have failed that day. We should be making the news. We should be making the MSNBC, the CNN, the Fox News. We should be making it every single day. They should be talking about the threat that we are sending their way. They should be talking about it. So until we get that message to the masses, out to all of our platforms, to all of our platforms that we use on Twitter, Clubhouse, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, until we reach a large mass of our people that's also echoing that same message, then we are failing. We are failing, and I don't want to hear Dion D. Jenkins brag about taking over the Democratic Party, because that's lip sync. That's empty promises, because you folks don't even put in no effort to gather your number count. So I want to see proof. I want to see proof from Dion D. Jenkins and folks like him who talking about taking over the Democratic Party. You better send me a link so I can click on it and be a better informed voter. You need to send me a link so I can know that you gathering your number count, your number count. If you can't show me proof of that, I know you're a liar. So all of us have to be dedicated to that. All of us. No one gets a pass, especially not those ones who have the audacity to tell folks they need to vote. You are the individuals who need to put in the most work. If you are one of those persons who want to tell another person they need to vote, if you are one of those persons that run around telling other folks they need to vote, they need to vote, they need to vote, then I expect the bare minimum that you send me a link that I can click on, that I can know that you gathering your number count. I want to see proof of that. If I cannot see proof of that, then don't tell me that you're taking over the Democratic Party, because that's a lie. That's a bald faced lie. And I am not going to sit here and stay silent about it. So, in closing, folks who want to join my network, it's on my profile on Twitter, it's in the comment section on YouTube. I have already set up those networks for well over a year and a half. They've been there since 2023. So, folks who agree with my perspective and would like to join the networks that I personally have set up and I personally will be managing, and any of you can offer to manage any of the groups that I have set up after we have conversed about it, because I could use the support. But if I don't get it, I'm going to continue to manage those groups until I die. They're going to be there until Who Did You Boycott die, and then it just goes away. But my networks have been there since 2023, and I set it up in 2022 on WordPress. So I put my mouth, I put my actions where my mouth feels. I don't open my mouth and talk about anything that I'm not doing myself. You're not gonna catch me doing that. If the words are coming out of Who Did You Boycott mouth, she is already doing it. She is already holding herself accountable. She is all I'm the hardest on myself than anyone else can be. Can't nobody more than likely be harder on me than I be on myself. So I'm asking you, if you want to join the group and you will agree or align with the perspective I have shared on this broadcast, I will hope that you will reach out to me and join the network that I have set up so we can gather our numbers and threaten these lying people. But my main purpose for setting up those networks is for the ancestors, for the Negro ancestors. So if you don't have a problem with that, then you are welcome to join. But that's my number one priority. My number one priority is protecting and preserving the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans are erasing daily. They have had a good old time for the past 60 days erasing the Negro ancestors' history. And so I am trying to do my little part to fight to preserve and protect that history. And I don't know what else to do but to fight. I just don't know what else to do but to fight because it's clear that Donald Trump and the Republicans in America absolutely need for Negro to be erased off the face of the earth. They need it to be erased from every book, from every Google search engine, from every chat GPT, and on and on. And they are washing away, they are washing away and erasing the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass. They are doing that every single day. And God is going to take care of them. God is going to take care of Donald Trump and America and the Republicans and the whole world for refusing to pay the debt that's owed to the ancestors, refusing to re implement Special Field Order 15, commonly known as 40 acres and a mule. America is going to pay for not paying that debt. You can believe me if you want or not. It really don't matter because God is going to take care of America and the whole world. That I know without a shadow of a doubt. It has already started. So it will behoove America and the Republicans and Donald Trump and Elon Musk to pay that debt and stop erasing the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass. They have went as far to erase human beings' burial headstone. That's how desperate they are to wash the blood off of their hands for that evil. They are literally erasing cemetery headstone of Negro history. While y'all human beings are getting up every day comfortably on your enemy's app, they are literally erasing the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass. That 246 years of Negro slavery is getting washed down the drain. That Negro history that fought for each of us to have a better life up until 1965, it's getting washed down the drain daily. So this don't vote very well for your children and grandkids if they doing this much damage already. If we don't know our numbers and if we don't take control of some of these states, our children and grandkids don't have much of a future. It's all about the numbers and the money. It's all about the numbers. Who know their numbers? Who put in the work to know their numbers and gather their numbers is going to win. Who gather their numbers are going to control the money. It's that simple. And you folks don't seem to care about that. Y'all don't seem to care about that. Y'all too busy being popular. Y'all too busy lying to the community. like Dion D. Jenkins and all those folks who cape for the Democrats. All of you are liars. All of you are liars if you are caping for the Republicans, if you are caping for the Democrats, if you are caping for the independents, and you are not trying to organize your own separate voting block, you are telling your enemy to keep on taking advantage of you. And I can't I can't take that. I just cannot accept that. I just won't accept it. So I'm gonna do my little part to try to talk about it. I'm gonna do my little part to say what's on my mind and what's in my spirit. I'm gonna do that. If it fall on deaf ears, I know I have done my part. If folks don't want to listen to me, they want to call me crazy, they want to curse me out, I don't give a darn. I really don't give a darn. It's not a whole lot of damage you can do to me. I'm an elder. uh, Beat me to the ground is not gonna make me afraid. It's not gonna make me afraid because I only got beat up one time in my life. If I get beat up at 62 years old, I'm not gonna lose no sleep over it. I can guarantee you that. As long as I can get back up and keep on fighting, you beat me up, it's not gonna phase me at 62. Now, if you would have beat me up at 30 years old or 40 years old, I probably would have gotten really upset. But I'm not going to get upset at 62 years old if somebody beat me to the ground. But I'm not going to go down without fighting. But I'm not crazy either. I know I'm 62 years old. I don't have the I don't have that young spirit that I had at 20 years old and 30 years old and 40 years old. But so I don't have to lie to myself. The odds are not in my favor that I'm going to win that fight. But so you folks don't need to waste your time cursing me out. You don't need to waste your time calling me every name in the book. You don't need to waste your time making plans to book a plane ticket to Fayetteville, North Carolina, because it'll be a waste of time. Because who did you boycott today? Don't have very much time left on this earth. It could be tomorrow. I could die tomorrow. I could die next month. So I don't have very much more time. And so what time I got left, the good Lord has blessed me to be here for 62 years. Some of it's been a lot of fun. Some of it's been a lot of happy and joyful time. Some of it's been a lot of pain. But overall, I can say I've had a fairly good life. I've had a fairly good life. It's been some ups and downs, but overall, I can say I had a good life. I had a special mother. I had good brothers and sisters. I had good communities. I had a good career. I've been very blessed. I've been very blessed in spite of this evil environment that I was birthed into. When I go when I go down the list, I've been really blessed after being birthed into this evil environment. I can go down a checklist of things that I'm quite proud of. I made it to retirement before I died. So there's so much to be thankful for. There's so much to be thankful for. So why do you think I'm going to worry about you threatening me? I know you don't believe that. I know you don't believe that, and I don't believe it. So let's don't even bother to waste time and energy on that. Because who did you boycott today is going to speak her mind. As long as she living, as long as she in her right frame of mind, she is going to speak her mind. Anyone would tell you that who know me. That they would tell you that. Go over to Facebook and ask some of my classmates. And I guarantee you they're going to tell you the same thing that I'm telling you right now if they remember me. If they remember me, they're going to tell you that. So I want folks to gather that number count. I want them to open Twitter spaces and gather that number count. Every time they open a Twitter space, they should be gathering a number count so they can send a clear, threatening message to the Republicans and the Democrats and the Independents. It just may be able to help deter Donald Trump and Elon Musk from continuing to do the damage. It just may have a small effect. Just never know. It's worth putting in the work. It's worth sending that threat every second of the day until we get better organized, until we know our number count better. Because we can't get nothing done until we gather that number count. We can't get anything done until we gather our number count. So everybody need to go to their little camps in their little corner. All the folks who care about abortion need to get together. All the folks who care about LGBTQ need to get together. All the folks who want to be part of the popular club, they need to gather together. All the folks who want to be part of the little group called favoritism, they need to gather together. All the folks who need to care about favoritism, they need to gather together. All the men who want to be men and not soft, weak men, they need to separate from those. Those men that want to be soft and let the women get away with murder, they need to gather together. Those men who want to lead, they need to gather together. Those women like myself who consider themselves strong but understand that the man is the lead. I hope you gather with me because I can't change. I was raised by a strong mother. I got her personality. I got a lot of her personality. I have a lot of her personality. I can't deny that. I am a spitting image of my mother. Everybody said I look just like her, so it makes sense that I was going to end up with some of her personality and then some of my own. So, for folks who want to join what I'm trying to do, you're welcome to join what I'm trying to do. And folks who care about other issues, they all need to gather together. Everybody need to go into their own little corners and put their head together and gather that number count. Gather that number count every second of the day and stop running around here talking about this fake unity and about the community coming together. The community will come together when people start gathering with each other that they already align. That'll be half of the work right there. Take the baby steps, and once the community get online, get aligned with each other that they already agree, how they already agree, those persons who already agree with each other, after they gather their numbers, then the community will find a way to come together as a consensus. Because folks are not going to ever rub elbows with each other and like each other to that degree that they're gonna unify at that level. It's always gonna be broken up into pockets. It's always gonna be broken up into pockets, and then folks are gonna have to gather the number count with individuals that agree and align with each other. They have a lot of similarities, and so they naturally gather together with each other. And once those numbers are gathered together, then as a collective, we're going to have to figure out how to send cross communication between each other to get on the same page and come to a consensus on issues that impact all of us as a collective. But this little perfect little fantasy, this little perfect fantasy that folks have about, oh, we just all need to come together. We just all need to come together. That's just all foolishness. Human beings who don't like each other are never going to come together. Human beings who don't align with their perspectives are never going to come together. Folks who don't like abortion are not going to come together with folks who do like abortion. Folks who don't like LGBTQ are not going to come together with folks who like LGBTQ. So we can stop lying to each other. We adults. Okay? Let's just stop it. That's just how the world is made. Everybody not gonna get along with each other. But we have to figure out a way to be more effective. We have to be able to simply gather our number count. That shouldn't be hard to do. A simple thing that we can do that can help our community as a collective. And I'm just fed up with this nonsense of folks running around here feeding the community empty promises. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up to the brim. I can't take it no more. I just can't bear to take it no more. After I listened to Dion D. Jenkins for a couple of times, I said, I tried to bite my tongue and not say nothing. I really did make an effort because I voted for Dion D. Jenkins. I try to listen to his perspective with an open mind. And I do that for every person. He's not the only one I do that for. I do that because I want persons to listen to me with an open, objective mind. So I have done my absolute best to listen to Dion D. Jenkins with an open mind. But when you start preaching to the community that you plan to take over the Democratic Party, that's a bald-faced lie. You can tell your community that you can be a strong voting bloc that threaten both the Republicans and Democrats, and that can be true. But to tell them that you can take over a Democratic Party when you don't have a population large enough in 25 states, I know you're a bald-faced liar. I know you a bald-faced liar like Mark King Carter and those brain dead human beings who lied to their community to vote for the Republican. I know both of you are in the same boat with each other, but saying something slightly different because all of us are intelligent enough to know the numbers. We know how to add, we know how to subtract, we know how to add, and we know how to subtract. So it's no excuse for you to be on a public app lying to your community in that way because you clearly know we cannot take over the Democratic Party when our community don't have a population in 25 states. We have no possibility of taking over the Democratic Party if our population is less than 6% in 25 states. So why lie about it? Why lie? Why tell that blatant lie? Why? I want to answer. Now, Dion D. Jenkins and persons like him can send me a DM and answer that question. Sandy B can answer that question. Nikki Barnes can answer that question. Heartbreaker D can answer that question. Antisocialite can answer that question in my title. Uh, John Brown can answer that question in my title. Scorpio, the man by the name of Scorpio Fly, something like that is Scorpio with something FIO or FLIO. He be in anti-socialite room all the time with John Brown. So they gather together with each other. But the message is to all persons who voted for the Democrats. That's a clear message that I need for all you folks to hear. If you are not explaining this to your family, I would like to know why. You should be telling your aunts and uncles and your grandmothers and your great grandmothers, if they still alive, and your mother and your father, you should be telling them that. You should be telling them that our community don't have a population. It's the population is less than 6% in 25 states. If you haven't had that conversation with your family, then you are a criminal. If your family and you have not sat down and talked about that, somebody is a criminal. I don't know who it is, but someone is guilty of a criminal act. And I think you folks need to answer that question. I think you need to sit down with each other and answer that question for each other, because our actions are criminal at this point. Each one of us had to be held accountable as to whether or not our actions are criminal at this point. The internet has been invented long enough for you to do your research on the population breakdown, so you can't make an excuse for that. The internet has been invented long enough for you to get a population breakdown of each state. So what's the excuse? I would kind of like to know what the excuse. So it can't be nothing but criminal. It cannot be anything but criminal, and I'm going to call it criminal. So that's where I'm going to land it. I'm getting ready to retire for the night. It's already done went past midnight, and this old lady gonna go to bed. She should have been in the bed an hour ago. Um, I had planned to stay up and work a little bit later tonight, but I don't quite feel like it. So I'm gonna turn on in. Just getting on here and talking, I'm starting to notice it's starting to drain me. It's physically draining me, and I just can't. I got I just can't take it sometimes. By the time I get done talking, I feel drained, and so I guess gonna have to try to do it in a little bit more moderation. Maybe I don't have to feel so physically drained, but that's what comes with being old. Sometimes it's gonna hit your body a lot harder than you think, and I'm starting to figure that out. And my hard head is gonna have to get that figured out real quick, because I think I'm still can do everything that I want to do, and now I have to start understanding that my body is slowing down. Well, folks, thank you for popping in. Thank you kindly for popping in for the broadcast. Please click the links that I put in the comment section on YouTube. If you would like to join any of the network groups that I have on minds.com, I have one for each state. If you would like to join one of those network groups for your state, then if you don't see it on my Twitter timeline, send me a direct link. But I'm pretty sure that I have the link for the 50 uh, network groups on my Twitter timeline. It should be showing up 4 times a day, every other day. So just scroll through my timeline and you should come across it. If you don't come across it, then send me a direct message and I'll send you the direct link for your individual state, and you can join that and hopefully share it with others so that folks can try to get on the same page with each other and converse with each other and share information and resources with each other, and use it for many, many different ways. Use it however you want, as long as you're not offending anyone. I don't have any hard rules. I'm trying my best to manage it by myself right now, but if anyone would like to be a moderator, they can surely reach out to me and let me know, and we can converse about it and go from there. But yeah, thank you for popping in for the broadcast. I really appreciate it. I hope that you are safe and out of harm's way, and that we must stay alert at all times. Stay alert and look out for one another. Put as much protection and safety around you and your loved ones. I trust that the Heavenly Father is going to make sure that each one of us live out our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you again, and take care.